I am going to show you how to make lamb shank and Egyptian feta. Feta is essentially layered pita bread with rice, broth, and a garlic vinegar sauce on top. So that's going to be what I am going to show you how to make in today's live. Feta is a very popular dish and traditional dish in Egyptian culture that is prepared for Eid al-Adha, which is in a couple of days this Friday. So today I'm going to show you how to make lamb shank with Egyptian feta. I'm currently live on TikTok, which is to my left, and YouTube to my right. So welcome to everybody who is joining in. Right behind me here on the counter, I have essentially, I hope, all the ingredients that I need. The most important one is I have 4 lamb shanks right here that are ready to go. I have Egyptian rice, which is essentially a medium grain rice. I have a whole lot of garlic that I peeled right prior to this live, 1 yellow onion, and then some clarified butter, which I made myself. If you haven't seen the video, it is posted not only on my TikTok, but also on my YouTube. And you can also find it on my website, theegyptiancook.com. Then I have some simple seasonings and vinegar. I'm not going to be using all this vinegar. All I really need is about like a 1/4 cup of vinegar. And of course, for the feta, some fresh pita bread, which I will be showing you when the time comes, how to turn fresh pita bread into dried pita bread chips. So let's go ahead and get started. First things first, when it comes to working on these recipe videos for what the final cut will be that I post to my social media pages, I record all of my voiceover audio. So as you can see here, I have it all typed up here, everything that I will be saying and or doing. If you're wondering why the font size is so large, it is because I am legally blind. It's not the same as being fully blind. There's a difference. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease when I was younger, when I was a teenager actually, and I lost a lot of my vision. It's a form of macular degeneration. I lost a lot of my vision as a result. So I just had to do things a little bit differently. One of those things is large size font. So to put this in perspective for you, this is your normal 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And this is size 28 point font in Arial format. Arial font, size 28 point. Anything that is highlighted, that's my way of letting myself know that I need to adjust the camera up so it is on me as I am saying and doing whatever it is. Anything that is not highlighted, that's my way of letting myself know. That's simply going to be a voiceover, and the camera is going to be angled down and focused on whatever food and step I'm in terms of the process. So let's go ahead and get started. I need to get my camera hooked up over here behind me, and we can go ahead and do this. Need to hook up these 2 cords. Red one is for the battery, and the black one is for the monitor. Let's turn on some lights. Oh, it would help if I turned on the power. There we go. And there we go. Let me turn off the AC while I record my voiceover. melt samna, and sear the lahma for a few minutes per side until it browns. Once the lahma has browned, add yellow onion, dried bay leaves, cardamom and cloves, sea salt, and black pepper. Add enough water to completely cover the lahma. Bring this to a boil. Then turn the heat down to medium-low. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top. I don't know why I paused there. I should not have paused. I still had more to read and say. Let me get rid of that clip. Let's try that one again. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve. Why do I keep on saying achieve? It's achieve. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a clear. All right, let's try this again. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a. Oh my goodness. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a clearer ball. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a clearer broth. I got it. All right, it only took like 17 takes, I think, but I got it in the end. Put the lid on. Okay. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Combine washed Egyptian ruz, water, and fresh lahma broth. Once it boils, Turn the heat down to low. Keep the lid on. Once the ruz is cooked, turn off the heat. And let it rest for about 5 minutes before gently fluffing it. First, mince the garlic. Then fry the garlic in semna over medium heat while frequently mixing it. Once the garlic turns golden brown, add fresh lahma broth. Nope. Maybe redo that one. Pour in fresh lahma broth. And add a splash of white vinegar. Mix it really well. Now let's assemble the feta. Add a layer of the dried pita bread. What? Oops. Let me try that one again. Get rid of that one. Add a layer of the dried pita bread chips to a deep baking dish. Pour in enough lahma broth to halfway cover the dried pita bread chips. Pile the ruz over it. Spreading it evenly into a flat layer. Then add the talaya over it. Add the lamb shank for the final touch. And it is ready to serve. Egyptian feta with lamb shank. All right, that completes all of my voiceover recordings. All that's left for me to record in terms of what I have to say is anything that is highlighted. As you can see, the first step of my recipe where I say start this recipe with some lahma. So I'm actually going to be saying that as I am holding some lahma. So let's go ahead and get situated. So let me turn that way. Let me turn this way. All right. And I'm actually going to bring you guys over here. So let's go on a quick field trip. I also need to bring over a countertop stove. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way. All right, make sure everybody is situated. Let me tilt you guys a little bit down. And there you go. Hopefully that's okay. I need to grab a giant pot as well. All right, good. These will fit. All right. Let's this side. Let's see how this looks. This way, actually. I need to grab a plate. Be right back to wash my hands. All right, let's see if this is okay. This should be okay. Let me put this one. This one. Be right back. When I'm holding it up to the camera with the 4 lamb shanks like on this tray, it looks too crowded. I don't know if this will. I think this might be. I think it's just the one, like that 4th one, how I had it crisscrossed like across the top. I think that's where the issue was. Let's try it with just 3. We should be okay. All right. Still going to cook all 4 just for a shot. Let's see how it looks. Okay, I think it was that fourth one crossed over that was just no bueno. Start this recipe with some lahma. All right, let's see how it looks. Make sure everything's okay, that we can move on with the next one. I have another recording line. Start this recipe with some lahma. Going to try it again. Start this recipe with some lahma. All right, let's review that one. Start this recipe with some lahma. Okay, that was much better. The first one, when I said with some lahma, I did kind of like a jump with it. Didn't want to, so in a way got out of focus. I didn't like that. So when I kind of just when I said with some lahma the second time, I kind of just went a little bit closer to the camera, and it seemed to stay in more focus of the lahma. So I like that one better. All right, I'm using lamb shank. So I have another one that I need to record, recording line where I say, I'm using lamb shank. But I'm thinking to be, while still holding this one, to hold this fourth one up. I'm gonna try that. Let's see how it looks. I'm using lamb shank. All right. Let's see how it looks. We should be okay. Now we can move on to the next shot. Lahma's in focus. I'm using lamb shank. I think we're good to go. Let me go wash my hands really quick. I'll be right back. All right, now I need to set these to the side temporarily so that I can bring in the countertop stove. All right, the lid, just set it off to the side for now. Okay. Over high heat. Okay, let's review that one. Now I'm going to have to adjust the camera down. Oh my goodness. I was buttoned up this whole time. Oh man. All right. temporary quick fix or quick fix, whatever you want to call it. It's let's try it again. All right. Start this recipe with some lahma. Let me move it in a little bit as I do that. As I say, with some lahma, like I did the second time. Start this recipe with some lahma. Let me make sure it looks okay and stay in focus. Start this recipe with some lahma. Okay. Okay, that one's okay. Now, come in with this. I'm using lamb shank. I'm using lamb shank. Let me try that one again. Let me get rid of this one. I'm using lamb shank. That one should be okay. Let's review it. See how it looks before I wash my hands and get myself set up on the stove. Okay, lahma's in focus. I'm using lamb shank. All right, let me go here. Let me set that there. Let me get rid of this plate. Let me go wash my hands. All right, hands are washed. Let's bring the stove back over here. Let's get cooking. Here's the stove and my giant pot. Over high heat. All right, let me make sure that shot is okay. Then I'm going to adjust the camera down and then take those next couple shots and then we can start cooking. Over high heat. All right, very good. Now I need to go around to adjust the camera angle. Just another adjustment. please, and thank you. All right, let's see how we look. Going to adjust the zoom. Oops. Adjust the zoom one more time because this pot is ginormous. All right, that should be okay. Those are my next two shots. I'm going to edit it, so as I'm saying, over high heat, it's a smooth transition from where it shows me going down with the pot to where it zooms in on the pot. Then you hear that bang, click noise of the pot hitting the countertop stove, hitting the stove, and then it's going to show the flame turn on. So I need to adjust the camera angle up so that way you can see inside the pot. Just a moment as I make this adjustment, please and thank you. All right, let's see how we look. I need to tilt it down. Zoom in, not out. I need to go a little bit higher because this pot is so ginormous. I want viewers to be able to see as best as they can inside the pot. Oops. So I just need to make some minor adjustments with the camera angle. Oh, boy. That should be okay. Let's samna and sear the lahma for a few minutes on each side until it browns. Tongs. Plate. This can go to the side. So this jar right here is clarified butter. I actually made this myself, and I did post a video for it to all my social media platforms. So if you're on TikTok, it's there. If you're on YouTube, it is also there. It's a very simple process of making clarified butter. You're essentially extracting all of the water, and if you buy salted butter, you're removing the salt as well, and you're removing the milk solids. So all you're left with is essentially that clarified butter. And the cooking process essentially is what makes the difference between clarified butter and making ghee. if you melt the butter down and you let it cook with all the milk solids, it will be a lot deeper in color than this this like off yellowish color, which will make it when it has that deeper color, then you essentially went from clarified butter to ghee, and it has a nuttier, richer taste, like nuttier taste, because of the fact that you're cooking it in those milk solids. But this is clarified butter. If you want to learn how to make it, go watch that video on my page. All right. Let me go wash my hands. We're still going to need this clarified butter for later in the recipe. Let me trade places for the time being. So I'm only going to do these like 2 at a time, possibly. So one of these is small, 2 of these are about small, and 2 of these are large, so I can only cook these 2 at a time. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'm going to adjust the camera angle as well. This up. This back. I need to get right in there. And then let me clear off some of this counter space, and I'm going to try and give you guys in the live a better angle as well. So just give me one moment, please, as I make room. All right, quick little field trip. I hope that is better. Oops. Try that again. So a few minutes on each side to give it that brown coloration. And once it's seared, we're going to add in all of the other ingredients. We got the onion, the whole onion, the cardamom cloves, the bay leaves, the sea salt, and black pepper. So while this is going, I'm going to go ahead and adjust my camera angle again. Get that out of the way. While that's cooking, I am just working on setting up my camera for the next few shots. won't be able to rotate it. Let's take that third one out. Keep it just like that for now. Flip it to the other skinny side. Almost all set with these two. Then we're going to come in with these other two pieces right here. We're not trying to fully cook it. We just want to brown the outside to give it that nice color and essentially that caramelization. And then we're going to move forward with creating the broth. While we are waiting on that, I'm just going to take this, have one yellow onion right here. I'm just going to simply cut off the ends, but I'm going and peel the skin, but I'm keeping this onion whole. About 1 or 2 more minutes, and then I'll remove these two, and then we'll work on these last two right here. Also, the onion is peeled and ready to go. Go ahead and remove these two out. just like that. Let's go ahead, come in with the last two. Here's one, and there's two. Let's get rid of this cutting board. So just like before, a few minutes on each side, and then we're going to keep on turning it just to essentially get the lahma to brown just like this on all sides as best as possible. So at the beginning, I did put a little bit of clarified butter in here. That's all I am simply using for this to happen, for the browning process. Couple minutes per side, and we should be okay to flip or rotate it. See, it's only been about 1 minute. It's got a little bit of color, but we can go for a little bit more on that side. And once these two are done, we're going to add these other two back in the pot with it. Right now, I am simply getting the cardamom and cloves ready. So I have the cardamom ready in the spice cage. Let me give this a quick flip or rotate. Oops. All right. Here's the cloves. Cardamom's already in the spice cage, so let me go ahead and add those in. So we got cardamom pods and cloves ready for once this is all set. We also have some dried bay leaves that I will be adding to the mixture. Go ahead and rotate this. Just like that. So right now we are simply just browning the lamb shank. So I'm cooking it for a few minutes on each side just to give it that nice coloration so it looks like this across all sides. So that is the goal right now. The reason why I'm doing it 2 at a time is because of space purposes. These are so large that I can only comfortably cook 2 at a time without overcrowding the pot. But once these 2 are complete, these 2 are going back into the pot, and we will work on fully cooking these by making some really delicious homemade broth. So let's go ahead and flip these to the other side. Let's let this cook for a couple more minutes. A little bit more. Once this portion of the process is complete, I'm going to move you guys back over here, or I might keep you over here. We'll see how it goes for the time being. Just to give you guys want to do the best I can to give you guys who are tuned into the live a better point of view of what's going on inside the pot. So I guess we'll figure it out as we go along. I need to turn my other camera back on. All right, so all 4 lamb shanks have essentially browned. So all 4 are back into the pot. I just need to get one shot with my other camera, showing me holding one, like so. All right, I got what I needed. Oops. So I just added the yellow onion. Up next is the dried bay leaves. Up next is the cardamom and cloves. I don't know if that one actually recorded or not. Let's see. Okay, we're good to go. That was sea salt. And that was black pepper. And make sure everything is recording. Now I come in with the water, which I put over here. So some water kind of splashed, but that's okay. So let me grab a towel and clean up this nonsense. All right. Now, let me turn up the heat. Put on this lid. Now we need this to reach a boil. And this is actually going to be the part where I adjust you guys. So first, make sure, how can I do this? There we go. Just like that. And then let me tilt you guys back up. Welcome back. Here I am. Let me put you guys back over here. Let me. All right. I need to. I'm hoping everybody can see okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So right now in this pot, we have 4 lamb shanks that we browned in some clarified butter. Then we added 1 whole onion, 4 dried bay leaves, 8 cardamom and 8 cloves, sea salt and black pepper. I didn't measure those 2. I just went for it. And then 1 gallon of water minus whatever splashed all over the place. So right now we're just waiting for this to reach a boil. Once it reaches a boil, we're going to turn the heat down to about a medium low. We're going to skim any foamy substance off the top. That will help you achieve when you're making your own any type of meat broth. You'll usually get that foamy substance at the top when it first boils. It usually happens within the first 30 minutes of boiling when making the broth. So removing that foamy substance will result in a clearer and cleaner broth. So we're going to remove the broth, and then we're going to keep this at that medium-low simmer for at least 2 hours to allow the lamb shank enough time to actually fully cook Not only that, but also so that way we could have a really nice, rich lamb broth as well, which we will be using later in the recipe for making Egyptian style feta. So feta is essentially a traditional dish in Egyptian culture that is prepared for celebrations, especially for Eid al-Adha, which is actually this coming Friday. So for any celebratory reasons in Egyptian culture, feta is usually the #1 thing on the menu, paired with some sort of meat. In this case, we're making lamb shanks to be specific. So feta, it's layered pita bread. So it's dried, crispy pita bread layered with broth, and then rice, and then a garlic vinegar sauce, I guess you can call it. No tomatoes in it though. Some people do like to make their feta with tomato sauce. We're not one of those, like from our family. We've never made it that way. But the garlic vinegar sauce, I guess you can call it, is what you top off the feta with, and it is absolutely incredible. A really good way for you to elevate your rice if you have not tried it already. I highly recommend you try this once I post the full recipe video and everything to my page. So my plan is for today, once I finish recording all the shots that I need, I'm going to hop on my computer and I am going to edit, and hopefully I can have everything done by midnight tonight. That's what I'm hoping for. So I need like a good solid 4 to 6 hours to edit my videos. So what time is it right now? It is 4:16. If I could be done by 6 o'clock with this portion of, well, it's 4 o'clock right now. We need 2 hours for this to cook. So realistically speaking, I won't be done with this until like 7-ish, let's just say. So realistically speaking, if I finish at basically 7 with recording what I need for this, and I start editing at like 8, I could possibly finish it by midnight. So that's my goal. Midnight is my goal for tonight. Regardless, I'm going to have it done. I'm going to have it posted before I go to sleep. On YouTube, I'll post it there first. And then on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, I'll post it tomorrow morning. So, so that's that. Also, let's check on this. Still no bubbles. Hold on, let me. In other news, if you tuned into my live yesterday, I made these pickled turnips called lift. So it's only been pickling for 1 day. We still need at least 4 more days for it to be ready. So stay tuned for that full recipe video. It will post to my page sometime next week. I'm just waiting for the pickling process to complete, and then you will have full access to the step-by-step instructions, the full recipe video, and the ingredients list. So sometime next week, based on when these finish pickling, that will be posted to my page. Remove the salt and pepper out of the way. Let's see. So once this spoils, once the lahma has browned, we did that. We added all that stuff. Add enough water, bring it to a boil. So we're at the very last step on this page. Bring it to a boil. We're just waiting for this to reach a boil. All right. Let's see how we look. Still no bubbling or anything. I think this canister is going to be running out because the flame did not increase. So let me grab another can. Ready with another can. This is just butane fuel for countertop stoves. The flame's still going, but once it completely dies out, then I'll swap out these cans. All right. Out with the old. And in with the new. Much better. Couple more minutes now that we're back in action with a higher heat. This should be at that boiling point. There's a couple bubbles here and there, but we want not like a crazy violent boil, but we just need it boiling. Once that happens, we're going to turn the heat down. And once it boils as well, I'm just going to take a, I don't know, like 4 or 5 second shot, because I did record my voiceover audio earlier where I said bring this to a boil. So I'm going to take that voiceover of me saying bring this to a boil as the camera shows is angled down as it is right now on the top of this pot. Obviously the lid won't be there, but as it shows all of this boiling. Then we can move on to the next steps where I will need to adjust my camera angle, and then we will go from there. Once we get those shots for the, in regards to the lamb and the lamb broth side of things, we are going to move on to preparing the fresh pita bread. I'm going to show you a method to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita chips, and it really does not take that much time. It's a very simple process. It's very simple and low effort process. In order to mess it up, you would really have to try. You would have to go out of your way to try to mess it up. But once we're going to move on to the pita bread once this is out of the way. Bubbles are coming a little bit more frequently, and we're starting to get some steam. A couple more minutes and we should be okay. The verification on TikTok has yet to appear, which is kind of strange. Usually it pops up like within the first hour or so, I want to say. And I started the live at 3:01 or 3:02, I think it was. We're a little over into an hour into this. We're starting to get some movement. All right, we are ready. I'm also preheating the oven right now to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Nothing's in the oven. We are good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Whoa, that is way too violent. Tried to cook here. I'm not trying to be a scientist. All right. That's the shot that I needed. It's just simply a few seconds showing that it is boiling. Now I am adjusting the camera angle down. Momentarily, so that way I can show the heat going down. Adjust the camera. One moment, please. All right, I need to adjust the camera again. Give it that higher angle again. Let's see how we look. I need to adjust the angle. It's way too low. All right, let's try that again. Spoon. and a bowl. Simply just skimming the foam off the top. Let's see how I set it so I know how long I need. And now I'm on the next page. Oops. Then turn the heat to medium low, skim any foamy substance off the top. All right, so it's a pretty lengthy sentence. I said, this was the line that took me like 17 tries to say it right. Skim any foamy substance off the top to achieve a clearer broth. I kept on saying achieve, not achieve. I don't know why. And I kept on fumbling my own words as I was trying to say that sentence. Skim any of the foamy substance off the top to achieve a clearer broth. Like, what was so difficult for me to say that? I don't know. All right, that's what I need for the shot. You want to be as gentle as possible in skimming this foam off the top because you just want to do your best to get the foam and not any of the broth that started to form. All right, now on to my next shot where I show myself putting the lid on. And then I need to adjust the camera so it is up on me and you can see the pot and everything. And then I have a recording line. Let's do this. All right, need to adjust the camera up. Let me pull this a little bit closer to me. I need to adjust the camera up now and zoom it out. So that way you can see me as I am saying what I am about to say. Just one moment as I make these adjustments. Where am I? Oh, I'm up top. That was the oven. Oops. Turn Put the lid on. Let's cook. And let this cook for and let this cook for at least 2 hours or until the lahma becomes tender. I think I skipped a few words. And let this cook for at least 2 hours or until the lahma becomes tender. No, I didn't skip any words. Let's see how it looks. Try it again. And let this cook for at least 2 hours or until the lahma becomes tender. The first one I was going like this when I was saying 2, like I just want to say it once or move it once. Like I don't need to be going back and forth like that. Like what am I doing? Was it really that dramatic? Let's see. Oh my goodness. I did it like 2 hours. 2 hours. All right, let's try to. Oh, no. What did I just do? Stop it. Let's try this again. And let this cook for at least 2 hours or until the lahma becomes tender. All right, that time I did not do the back and forth with my peace sign. I think I held it. I held it firm that time. And let this cook for at least 2 hours. Yep. Until the lahma becomes tender. Yep. We have a winner. All right. I think that's all my lines that I need to do for the lahma. All right. So let me turn this off. I'm actually going to move this to my actual stove behind me and let it cook there. So just give me a moment while I make there we go. All right. All right, that's moved over there. Let me move this out of the way. This is really hot. Let me just set this to the side for now, just to get it out of the way. All right. So I have a bunch of recording lines. As you can see, majority of this page is highlighted in yellow, which is my way of telling myself when it's highlighted, that means camera has to be up and I have to be saying whatever it is that I wrote as I am doing whatever it is that I am doing. Now let's prepare the feta. The first thing to do is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread. The first thing to do is turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. I left out that word. All right. First line. Now let's prepare the feta. 6. No plate. Now let's prepare the feta. Let's see how that looks. Now let's prepare the feta. No, I shouldn't say that until the end. So I'm actually going to say, now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Where am I? There we are. Oops. Okay, let me get rid of this one. Now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Let's see how it looks. Now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Okay. That was okay. First thing is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. The first thing to do is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. All right, I got this. Oops. Now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Now let's prepare the pita bread for the feta. Okay, that one's okay. First thing to do is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. The first thing to do is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. Let's see how it looks. Okay, bread's in focus. The first thing to do is to turn fresh pita bread into dry pita bread chips. All right, very good. All right, next recording line. First thing to do. All right, so I actually need to adjust my camera up onto the counter so that way it can show the oven. Let me adjust the temperature on the lamb as well. All right, first things first is this camera. go in like that. Oops. Need to make this shorter. Alright, need to adjust the camera or the angle so that way it's more focused on the oven. Let's see how it looks. Once I get this camera situated, then I will also adjust you guys as well. So just give me one moment. Oops, let's go on a little trip. All right. And all right. Hoping everybody can see everything okay. That should be okay, I hope. As you can see, here's the lamb on the stove right now. So not until at least 6 o'clock we will check on it. I'm also going to adjust the water as needed, but I do have the lid fully on, like 97% covered, so we should be, for the most part, okay with the water levels. We shouldn't need to necessarily have to adjust, but if needed, we will add more based on how things go. All right. So this over here. Put the pewter a little closer to me over here. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's try that again. I need to get all 6 of these on the same rack with as very little overlap as possible. All right. That was hot. Let's adjust you guys. Let's bring you back over here. Adjust this camera back up. Give me one moment for me to make that, or to set up this camera again. Please and thank you. All right. All right, I'm going to record this line and I'm going to shut off the oven. pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. All right. Let's review that one, then we're turning off the oven. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. All right. Oven is now off. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven rack for about 15 to 20 minutes. Let's see how that looked. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven rack for about 15 to 20 minutes. I'm going to split it up. Instead of saying it all in one take, I'm going to split it up and change my positioning while keeping the camera exactly how it is. And of course, internal temperature too high. Camera is shutting down. Oh boy. All right, turning this off, let it cool down. All right, so it's 4:53 right now. So at like 5:05, basically the pita bread will be ready. So the reason why you bring it up to 400, so you bring the oven up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. You put the pita bread, so you have fresh pita bread. You put it directly on the oven rack. Let it sit in there for about 2 minutes while the oven is still on, then immediately turn off the oven. The reason why you turn off the oven is because you don't want to necessarily burn the bread. You just want the oven to essentially reach that temperature and for it to lower on its own, and that will cause, I don't know all the science behind it, but that will cause the pita bread to dry up, and essentially you could break it up into smaller pieces to make pita chips. If you want to be like more technical, say you want to actually make, triangle shaped pieces, you could pre-cut the pita bread beforehand, like while it is still fresh. Like if you're looking for a specific shape, cut it while it's still fresh. And same method, if it's too small for it to sit on the oven racks, then use a tray with a wire rack of some sort, and it would still be the same exact process. Bring the oven up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit, let it bake in there for 2 minutes, then turn off the heat, and then let it sit in there while the oven is off for about 15 to 20 minutes. The time may vary based on the amount of pita bread you have in there. So just a couple more minutes for just letting my camera cool down right now and letting myself cool down too. I just kicked on the AC. I don't know if you guys can hear that whistle or not in the background, but that's what that whistle is in the time being. So I still have a recording line to do where I say then turn off the oven. Blah, 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 blah. And then I'm going to need a large bowl, which is right here. This is actually what I'm going to use to break the pita bread into pita chips. I'm not necessarily going for the same size, just breaking it into smaller pieces and having it ready. So when making feta, it's important that you dry the pita bread. I had asked my mom like a long time ago. It was last year actually, so not necessarily a long time ago. Why? What's the purpose of drying the pita bread if you're later on, when making the feta, you pour the lamb broth or beef broth, whatever type of broth you made. In this purpose, we're making lamb broth. What's the purpose of drying the pita bread if you're just going to pour broth on it that will soften it again? So the way that she described it is that basically if you did not dry the pita bread and you used fresh pita bread and you and you cut it into smaller pieces, those little pita chips, and you poured the broth over it, the bread would essentially turn soggy. Drying it and crisping it up beforehand will essentially will allow the bread to like absorb that broth and that flavor without necessarily becoming soggy and mush and doughy. So that is the reasoning behind that. Let's see. So it's been a couple minutes. So I said 5:53, it's now 5:58. And the bread is already crispy. Here, let me pull one out. This is really hot. Crispy. So I'm just gonna say, instead of 10 to 15 minutes, I'm just gonna say about 10 minutes. Instead of saying exactly 10 minutes. See? Crispy pita bread chips. Yallah, Bismillah. Turn the oven off, keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks for about 10 minutes. All right, let's try this again with my camera. Let's turn it back on. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400. What's this one? Nope, that was a duplicate. Okay. So let's start from the top. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Set the fresh pita bread in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Then turn the oven off. Then turn the oven off and keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks. Then keep the pita bread in there directly on the oven racks. For about 10 minutes. For about 10 minutes. I need to adjust my camera angle to zoom it out. So one moment while I make that change, please, and thank you. This can go over by the stove because this was from the lahma. Oops. And then let me grab all the pita bread out of the oven. One more moment as I am grabbing this bread out of the oven. As you can see, this is 6 pita breads Look at how high it is now stacked. Once this process is complete, I'm going to give it a minute because it is still ripping hot. And let me stack these a little bit differently on here. I'm not even touching it and you can hear it cracking. The pita bread should be nice and crispy. The pita bread will become dry and crispy. Let me try that one again. The pita bread will become dry and crispy. Let's see how that looks. All right, the bread's in focus. That's good. The pita bread will become dry and crispy. All right, we're good to go. Pull this back. It's right here. Now, I just simply break it. There's no wrong answer to the size. You don't want giant pieces like this though. You just want them smaller. They're not going to be even. Because like I said earlier, we're breaking it like whole. If you wanted to make, for the purpose of feta, you don't need it to be exactly the same shape. You just don't want overly large pieces, but you also don't want the tiny small. So you want to find the happy medium for making feta. If you're looking to make your own pita chips, this is a simple method as well to use. The only thing I would recommend you do differently is cut the pita bread beforehand, so that way you could have those nice consistent shapes of whatever you want the pita chip to look like. I'll do one more in the bowl, and then I'll record the shot that I need, and then we can go from there. All right, let's record the shot that I need. Here I say, break it into small pieces. So originally I wrote break it into small pieces and set it to the side, but I'm not gonna. Break it into small pieces to form these little chips. To form these little chips. So I'm going to split it into two. Break it into small pieces will be the first shot. Then I'm going to show myself holding one up to form these little chips. No, I could say it all at once. Break it into small pieces to form these little chips. To form little chips. If I don't say these, then I don't have to worry about focusing on one pita bread. Break it into small pieces to form little chips. Break it into small pieces to form little chips. Break it into small pieces to form little chips. As I make a giant one. Let's try that one again. It's okay, I still have like 3 more to go. Oh boy. Let's try that again. Oh man. Oops. Break it into small pieces to form little chips. Break it into small pieces to form little chips. That last one will do. cleaning up all the small pieces. I'll come in later with the vacuum cleaner and all that stuff for what broke off here. The lamb is smelling really, really, really good. The lamb and the lamb broth, I should say. Just waiting a few minutes for that last piece of pita to come out of the oven. And after that, so on to the next page. Then after this, we're gonna set this to the side, and then we're going to start working on the rice. We still have about so it's currently 5:18 right now by me. We still have about 45 minutes for the lamb to hit that 2-hour cook time mark. So while we're waiting on that last piece of bread, I'm actually going to shut off my camera so it does not overheat again. Let's check on that bread. Still needs a little bit more time. It's like halfway crisped up, but not fully there. I just flipped it to kind of hopefully speed up the process a little bit, and we should be good to go. In the meantime, let me move this over here for now. Let me clean up my space. Let me get myself ready for the rice. Going to need the stove again, the countertop stove. I'm gonna need this to cook it in. I already have some rice over here. Going to wash it here soon. Then we're going to need this for the water and broth. Let's check on the bread. This last piece is taking a little bit longer because I didn't let the oven preheat all the way. So a couple more minutes and it should be okay. I just turned the oven back on to help speed up the process. So the cooking process for the rice is going to be fairly simple. So this is Egyptian style rice, which is essentially a medium grain rice. I'm going to wash it, and then I'm going to add it to the pot. I'm going to add water and some of the lamb broth. We're going to let it reach a boil. Once it reaches a boil, we're going to immediately turn the heat down to low, and then going to let it cook for about 12 to 15 minutes. Once that cook time is up, we kill the heat. We let it rest for about 5 minutes, and we give it a nice gentle mix to just fluff up the rice a little bit, and then that will be ready. And then we won't come back to the rice up until the lamb is ready. And then after that, we will work on the garlic. So over here, I have a mountain of garlic, where we're essentially going to be making not necessarily like a sauce, but we're going to fry the garlic. Well, first we're going to mince it, then we're going to fry it until it's golden brown. Then we're going to incorporate some of that lamb broth as well as white vinegar. And in Arabic we call that taliyah. It's like a garlic broth vinegar sauce. Some people add tomato sauce to it as well. It is optional. I know a lot of people in the comments section, they're not going to be too happy about it, me not putting tomato sauce in it. That's more of a newer thing. It's been adopted by a lot of families and regions and things like that. But when it comes to our family and how we make it without the sauce. I've had it with a tomato sauce. It is delicious, don't get me wrong. But for the purpose of what I am doing and what I am showing, it's based on how my family makes it. Then once that is complete, then we can essentially assemble the feta. So it's going to be a layer of the pita bread chips, followed by, and then we're going to pour some of the broth on top. We're going to put the ruz over it, and then we're going to pour over it the taliyah, and then it will be ready to serve. Then all that will be left at that point in time is just the lamb. But I'm going to try and keep everything so it's all ready at the same time, and then we can go from there. Once everything's ready, we will plate it, and then I will record my intro and outro, and then we can eat. So we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. The bread, on the other hand, who knows when it will be there. I think the bread is missing in action. It is what it is. It's okay. Happens to the best of us. In other news, yesterday, for those of you who tuned into my live, I made these pickled turnips. So they've been pickling for about 24 hours now. The full recipe video will post to my page sometime next week, because the pickling process does take at least 5 to 7 days. We're only one day down. We still have at least 4 more to go. That deep pinkish purple color that you see there is from the beets. So that's the oven. So for pickling turnips, it's a very simple process. You essentially slice the turnips into matchstick-like shapes or fries. You do the same to the beets. And then for the pickle brine, it's vinegar, water, sea salt, and just a touch of sugar. Then I added some whole black peppercorns, and there you have it. And that color right there is all coming from the beets. If beets were not added to the pickling process of turnips, here is how it would look. So this is a jar of turnips with no beets. Here is a jar of turnips with beets. So you can see a significant difference in the way it looks. So without the beets, with the beets. Big difference. The reason why I have a little bit left over is because it would not fit in this jar. So I just set it off to the side. Like I did this off camera. Well, I did the little one off camera. So that's that. So definitely stay tuned for this full recipe video, which we'll post to my page sometime next week based on when these are done pickling. In terms of what I am making today for today's live, which is the Egyptian style feta with lamb. Let me just shut off the oven too before I forget. For the purpose of this recipe video for the Egyptian style lamb and feta, this recipe video, the full recipe video, will post to all of my social media platforms by tomorrow. It will post first onto my YouTube page. So if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. I'm hoping to have it done by midnight tonight. If it takes me a little bit longer to edit, so be it. But midnight is my goal for tonight on my YouTube page. For my TikTok and all my other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, I'm planning to post it tomorrow morning, sometime in the early morning tomorrow morning. So definitely stay tuned for this, for the final cut of this recipe video. Now let's check on this last piece of pita bread for the 50-second time, and it is hot. It's still hot. All right, that takes care of all the bread. Can move this plate out of the way. It's actually going to go in the dishwasher. This can move to the side. Let's go ahead. Oops. Let's get started on this rice. This is just water. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Going to drain this water. Alright. Water is drained. Go ahead and turn my camera back on, and I'm going to adjust the angle. Let's see how we look. That is way off. Adjust my camera a little bit more. Just one moment, please, and thank you. All right, let's see how we look. I have a recording line, so I need to put the camera back up. All right, let's try this again. Now let's cook the ruz. Let's see how we look. Now let's cook the ruz. I could just reach across and do it from here. Just tilting the camera down, down, down. around and adjust it. Bear with me, please, and thank you. While I adjust the height of the camera, making it much lower is what I'm doing right now. Let's try this again. All right, now I can put the camera back up. I got the 2 shots that I needed. Going to adjust the camera back up so that way you can actually see in the pot. And we can go from there. I need the water next. You know what? I'll just keep it in here since it's basically what I need. And I'll put the not chicken broth, the lamb broth in here. All right, let's try this again. My little mess. Just bring this over here. So in here, I have the lamb shank. I have 4 lamb shanks in here, plus 1 whole onion, dried bay leaves, cardamom and cloves, sea salt, and black pepper. Oops, don't want that whole black pepper. Oh, what is that? Oh, that will be okay. So for making this, it was fairly simple. I just took some clarified butter, and then I browned the lamb shanks by cooking it for a few minutes on each side, just to give it that nice brown coloration. And once that happened, I added in all the other ingredients, the onion, the dried bay leaves, the cardamom and cloves, the sea salt and black pepper. Then I topped it off with a gallon of water. And then I let it reach a boil. Once it boiled, I turned the heat down to medium-low, and then I skimmed any of the foamy substance off the top. Then ever since then, it's been on that medium-low simmer. This I'm going to be using for the rice. Going to add a little bit of water. And this is going back on the stove with the lid on. Be right back. All right, let's do this. I thought I cleaned up the water. I guess I didn't. Oops. I guess I spilled more water than I realized. Whatever. It is what it is. All right, let's do this. Take 75,001. There we go. Come back to this bowl in a second. Let me get the rest of this rice out of here, out of this bowl. Okay. Where am I? Put the lid on for now. Now we just want it to reach a boil. So right now in the pot, we have Egyptian rice, which is like a medium green rice mixed with water and some of the fresh lamb broth that we made earlier in this live. We're just waiting a few minutes for this to reach a boil. You can already see like one bubble like right over here that's happening. So just a couple more minutes and it should reach that boil. And we can take our next shot with the camera, and we can move forward with the next steps. Let's see. I need to adjust my camera angle down. Just one moment while I make those adjustments. Adjust the camera up so that it is on me, because I do have a couple recording lines that I need to complete. Just one more moment while I make that adjustment. Put the lid on, let this simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes. Put the lid on and let this simmer for about So I think I put the lid on good. I think I said that well enough. Put the lid on. Okay. And let this simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes. So right now it is 5:52, so 12 minutes from now will be at 6:04. So at 6:04 we can check this. Once the roast is cooked, where's my pen? Once the roast is cooked, this is where I will be. So while I'm waiting, I'm actually going to get my camera ready for the next shot, even though I still have a few minutes. Well, I still have about 10 minutes. Let's see how we look. Going to adjust the angle a little bit more. All right, that should be okay. Once the roast is cooked, turn off the heat and I'll let it rest for about 5 minutes. Once the roast is cooked. Okay, so once the roast is cooked, so that should be okay for the camera angle. Let me play musical pots on my stove. Let me move this one over here. Let me turn this one off and let me move this over to my other stove. All right. This can stay right here for now. Let me turn off that camera. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the tail end of this recipe video. We have a few simple steps left. We're just waiting on the rice to complete, and then we're going to work on the garlic, which is the final step for preparing feta. We're going to need this little food processor thing for this garlic. We're going to need the clarified butter, and then we're also going to need a little pot. Not this one. Where is it? This one is what we're going to use. This is what I'm going to use for the garlic. So we'll set this to the side for now. We're going to need the clarified butter, which is behind me on the countertop behind me. So really all that's left, we mince the garlic, which we're going to do in this little machine right here, since we have a mountain of garlic to go through. We're going to mince the garlic, we're going to fry it in some clarified butter, and then we're going to incorporate lamb broth and white vinegar to essentially make like the sauce, the garlic broth, vinegar sauce. I don't know if there's like a technical name for it in English for that type of combination, where you're essentially mixing like a seasoned broth with vinegar. I'd have to look that up later to see if there's an actual like English term for it. But in Arabic, in Egyptian culture, we call it taliyya, this mixture. There are those who like to add tomato sauce to it as well, but I'm not going to be doing that for my recipe video. So let's see the time. It's 5:57. So in about 5 minutes, that will make it 6:02, and that will be at the 12-minute cook time mark for the rice, where that's like the earliest it will be done. Egyptian style rice takes about 12 to 15 minutes to cook. So yeah, so that is what we are currently waiting on now before we move on to the garlic. The reason why I'm waiting is because the moment I start the garlic, I'll have to switch back over, because I do still have a few shots that I need to take of the rice over here, so I don't want to be switching back and forth for the since I'm recording on my other camera while doing all of this. So we are almost there. We're also at the 2-hour cook time mark for the lamb and the lamb broth, which is also a good thing, because the lamb does take about 2 hours to, at least 2 hours to cook. I should say at least, not about, for it to become tender. So I have 4 lamb shanks cooking behind me on the stove. At the very beginning of the live, that was the first thing that I prepared by simply frying it with some clarified butter. Took some clarified butter and I seared the lamb shanks for a few minutes on each side to give it that nice brown coloration to it. And once that happened, I added onion. I added 1 whole onion, dried bay leaves, cardamom and cloves, sea salt and black pepper, and a lot of water, a gallon of water, I should say, minus whatever I spilled. Let it reach a boil, and then turn the heat down to medium-low, skim the foam off the top, and we've been letting it simmer at medium-low for 2 hours now to not only cook the lamb shank, but also make that delicious lamb broth. After we worked on preparing the lamb, I took fresh pita bread and I preheated the oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I set the fresh pita bread. I have 1 left here. I used 6 altogether. Well, 7 minus the 1. It was originally 6, but then 1 fell and broke all over the place on the floor. So I put in another 1. But for the fresh pita bread, the way to prepare it is fairly simple. You preheat the oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. You put the fresh pita bread directly on the oven rack. And then after 2 minutes of baking at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, turn off the oven, but leave the pita bread in there for about 10 minutes. After that 10 minutes of it just sitting in the oven, it will dry and crisp up to essentially form the pita chips. Well, considering that I left the pita bread whole, and you just break it by hand to form the pita chips. And I was saying earlier in the live, if say you want to make your own pita chips for like a dip, for example, you could use the same method. The only difference is while the pita bread is still fresh, cut it into whatever shapes you want. Like if you want to make triangle shaped chips, you can do that. Just cut it while it's fresh and it would still be the same process. 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 minutes, then turn off the oven and let it sit on the oven rack for about 10 minutes for it to crisp up. Simple and easy way to make your own pita chips. Then after we prepared the pita chips, we just made the rice. So it's essentially a very simple white rice. I used Egyptian rice, which is like a medium grain rice. I washed it, shockingly. And I added water and broth, let it reach a boil. Then I turned down the heat to low, and we're letting it simmer for 12 to 15 minutes. And that is where we stand right now as we speak. At 6:02, it will hit that 12-minute mark. Let's see, and it is 6:02. Let me check on it. Let me bring it over here to you guys. Let's check on it together. Let me turn on this camera so I can record what I need. So I already recorded my voiceover. I said, once the rose is cooked, turn off the heat and let it rest for about 5 minutes before gently fluffing it. Alright, here's how I do it. So, turn on the heat. Okay. Let me set this to the side to get it out of my way momentarily. Actually, do this a little bit differently. Adjusting my camera angle. Just one more moment while I adjust. So let's turn off the heat. All right, now we just need 5 minutes. Just let this rest. I'm gonna let it rest right here. It is currently 6:06. So, at basically 6:10, we're 6:11, we're going to remove the lid. We're going to give it a nice gentle fluff because I still have that part of my voiceover where I need to record the visual of it. So just a few minutes here and we can get going. I am super excited for once this is done. Not only do I love feta, I also love lamb and lahma in general. and it'll be time to eat pretty soon here. So I'm super excited for that. If you have not tried feta, I highly recommend you try it. It's very simple to make. It's layered bread, layered pita bread with rice, broth, and the garlic broth vinegar like on top. It is absolutely delicious. And of course, we have the lamb shank, which I am super excited for too. So we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. About 2 more minutes. Going to remove the lid. Going to fluff the rice, and then we're going to set it to the side until we need it again. But in the meantime, it is done cooking. The heat is currently off. Then we can move on to the garlic. All right, guys, 1 more minute and we will fluff the rice. Don't need this bowl anymore. I can go in the dishwasher. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. That. Just set that to the side for now. So you don't want to like mix it. You want to be gentle. You're fluffing the rice is all you're doing. If you're, aggressively mixing it, it's going to turn. If you're aggressively mixing it, it's going to turn to mush and all of that, and you don't want that to happen. I heard as I was tapping the spoon, I heard a piece go flying. I have no idea where it went, so it is what it is. Oops. All right, this I'm going to move over to the stove. It is done cooking. This I'm going to temporarily just move to the side because I still have some water that spilled over here. when I removed the lid. All right. Let's bring it back over. Actually, hold that thought. I need to adjust the camera because now I have to record my line where I say feta requires a lot of garlic. So let me adjust my camera up and let's record that shot. All right, let's see how we look. Fattah requires a lot of garlic. Let's see how that looks. Okay, garlic's in focus. Fattah requires a lot of garlic. All right, so that line is recorded. Now I need to move. Actually, still going to need this. I need to get myself situated with the camera so that way it is focused on this. And I also need to plug this in as well. So give me a moment, ladies and gentlemen, while I make those adjustments, please and thank you. All right, we're plugged in. Now I just need to adjust the camera down so that it is better focused on the mini food processor. Should be okay. Let's do this. Go. I just ran my fingers under some water to make it easier for me to get all these garlic pieces without it necessarily sticking too much to my fingers. That's that. All right, let me unplug this food processor because I no longer need it. Let me get it out of the way. And then I need to bring the stove back over here. Here's the stove. Here's the pot we're cooking in. Let's see what angle I need. Just have enough for me to heat. Tacking it to the side. Bring this over here. These I don't need anymore. I'm also going to need the vinegar. And I'm also going to need broth. So actually what I'm going to do is, let me get my camera angle set up first. Then I'll get myself situated with the lamb broth to have it ready, because the garlic does not take too long to fry, and it only takes like a few minutes, and it can easily burn if you're not paying attention. So I want to have the broth and everything else ready. We should be good to go. Let me do it like this. Just one more moment, please. That's what I'm going to do. Put this up like that. Let's try it like this. All right, I think this is a good camera angle. Let me bring the broth back over here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I have like just shy of 4 cups of lamb broth here. I'm going to use at least 3, so we'll see how it goes. Then I have the white vinegar right here beside me. I'm not going to use all this though. I'm going to use like about 1/3 of a cup, like 1/4 cup to 1/3 of a cup at the very max, based on how much. So before, when I made this, when I used 2, essentially for every 1 cup of broth, you want to use 1 tablespoon of vinegar at least, and it's 4 tablespoons of vinegar is equivalent to 1/4 cup. So let's see how this goes. Pot. Let's turn the camera back on. I need the butter. We got clarified butter right here that I made a little over a month ago. If you have not seen that video of how to make clarified butter, definitely go check it out. It is on all of my social media platforms. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let me go wash my hands really quick. So I'm going to do this as best as I can, getting all the garlic out. And then anything that's left over, I'm just going to run some lamb broth in here, and I'm just going to throw it in with the broth. I'll do that off camera though, but for the most part, I got everything that I needed in here. So when frying garlic, you have to frequently mix it because it does cook very quickly, within a few minutes. This may take a little bit longer because the pot that I'm using is so small, so the surface area is much less, and there is a significant amount of garlic, but I'm going to continue to frequently mix it to allow it to brown, and once it browns, I'm going to add the lamb broth, and then followed by the vinegar. starting to get some color with the garlic. So we are almost there. Maybe like 2 more minutes approximately. We should be good to go with the garlic. It's just that this is a smaller pot, so there's less surface area, and there's a much more significant amount of the minced garlic. So it's taking a little bit longer. If I was doing this in like a saucepan, for example, like a much wider pan, it would have been done by now. See, right now the garlic is like a light brownish color. We want to go a little bit darker. Golden brown is the goal. In about 1 minute, I'm going to come in with the lamb broth. I just took the shot that I needed, where in the voiceover I had recorded earlier where I say once the garlic has turned golden brown. All right, let's come in with the lamb broth. Let's do this. Okay. Let's come in with the white vinegar. That's about a quarter cup, or a third of a cup, or more or less. Who's counting? It smells like a really, really upgraded salt and vinegar chip in here right now. From once I added the vinegar in with this. Should dehydrate this mixture and turn it into a and blend it to turn it into a little spice rub and make my own chips. Okay. I need to adjust the camera angle because I do have a line to record. I have a couple lines to record actually right now. So just give me one moment as I adjust the camera. Please and thank you. There we go. This garlic broth and vinegar mixture, it's called Yallah in Egyptian culture. This mixture of garlic broth and vinegar is called Yallah in Egyptian culture. See how we look. Going to try it again. This mixture of garlic broth and vinegar is called Yallah in Egyptian culture. See how we look. This mixture of garlic broth and This mixture of garlic, broth, and vinegar is called taleya in Egyptian culture. Let's see if I got that one right. Let's see how it looks. This mixture of garlic broth and vinegar is called taleya in Egyptian culture. Let me see that last part. Garlic, broth, and vinegar is called taleya in Egyptian culture. Let me try it again, doing just that. This mixture of garlic, broth, and vinegar is called taleya in Egyptian culture. This mixture of garlic broth and vinegar is called taleya in Egyptian culture. That will do. All right. I have one more recording line. Oh, but my family adds tomato sauce to the taleya. Okay, khalas. It is delicious with tomato sauce too, but my family does not make it that way. All right, let's try it again before I overheat the spoon from dropping it so many times. Oh, but my family adds tomato sauce to the taleya. Okay, khalas. It is delicious with tomato sauce too, but my family makes it without the tomato sauce. Let me try it again. That one was okay. Let's see if I can do better with my expression and tone. Oh, that's not how you make it. We add tomato sauce to it. Oh, that's not how you make it. We add tomato sauce. Oh, that's not how you make it. We add tomato sauce to it. Okay, khalas. It is delicious with tomato sauce too, but my family does not make it that way. That's where I forgot my lie. One last time. Oh, but we add tomato sauce to ours. Okay, khalas. It is delicious with tomato sauce too, but my family does not make it that way. Let's see. All right, let me turn off the heat. Let me set this behind me on the stove. Let's see. Now let's assemble the feta. All right. It is currently 6:51. It looks like TikTok is now making me do this little verification puzzle thing. Oops. All right, TikTok. I just did that verification puzzle thing. It is currently 6:51, 6:52. The lamb has been cooking for at least 2.5 hours now. So it should be tender and ready. Let's go ahead and make some counter space because now we get to assemble the feta. So let me move all this stuff out of the way. Oh boy. Use a deep baking dish of some sort. It's not, you're not going to bake it, but you just need a deeper dish in order to layer the feta. One moment while so first, let me position this like so. Now let me adjust the camera. For this next sequence. Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first layer is the pita bread. Let's try that again. Okay, get rid of that one. That one stays. Let me try that again. Good thing this wasn't the rice. What is happening? Why are there things happening? Oh my goodness. Give me one moment. I need to grab my phone chargers. I apologize about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to get you all plugged in so that way my phone does not die during this live. All right, that's one down. Plug in the other one. All right, first layer is the dried pita bread. Up next is the broth, the lamb broth, I should say. I need to get that situated. So let me come in over here. Actually, okay. So that's that. I'm gonna bring over the lamb. Rice now. So step one of this first layer was the dry pita bread chips, and the second step is adding the lamb broth. Just trying to find a place for this lid. Here, I'll put it in front of you guys. The second step was adding the lamb broth, just enough, like you want to at least halfway cover the pita bread. Up next is the rice. Just a little bit more. Let's go in with the rice. Going to just quickly clean up what I just dropped. Yallah, Bismillah. So right now I'm just adding the rice, just piling it on there. And then I'm going to spread it and create a nice even layer that will be covering all of the bread. Let me get this out of the way. Right now I'm just doing the best I can to spread the rice to make a nice even layer, like a nice even flat layer. Are you kidding me? Internal temperature too high. Like, come on. Why does this have to happen right now? I apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's what, the second or third time my camera has overheated during this shoot. waiting. Let me get these last bits of rice out of here. Just gonna set this off to the side. The stove is really crowded right now. I just turned the stove back on for both the lamb and the taliyah. Just a few more minutes here. I'm gonna let my camera cool down for a few more minutes here. So we still have a few more shots to take in regards to assembling the feta, and then I have my intro and my outro lines that I need to record and all that good stuff. So just a few more minutes here and we should be on the way. Pile the rose over it. Okay, I already did the piling part, spread it. So I need to record the second half of me as I was spreading it, ensuring an even flat layer. So just about 2 more minutes, guys, and we can kick the camera back on and record the shots that we need. Oh boy. And after we get that shot, I'm going to pour the taliyah, which is Arabic for the garlic broth and vinegar mixture. I'm going to pour that over the rice. And then I'm going to take the lamb shanks, and I'm either going to put all 4 on here, or if I can get 2 of them to like X, then I'll do it like that. But we'll see how it goes. Then after that, I have to record my intro and outro lines, and then we can say Yallah, Bismillah, and we can eat. So we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy. For my intro and outro lines, you had to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style lamb shank with feta. Feta is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, and topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. It is prepared to celebrate Eid al-Adha. And then I have to say, record a line of me holding all of this, and I'm going to say Eid Mubarak to everyone celebrating. Then I can say Yallah, Bismillah, and then we can dig in and eat. So we are at the tail end of this live here and preparing the feta. The lamb is pretty much all set. We're just waiting for my camera to cool down, and then we can move on with recording what we need. We're almost done layering the feta, and then we can eat any moment here. So I am super excited for this. I've been going at it. Started at 3 o'clock, well 3:01 or 3:02 if you want to be technical. I recorded my voiceover audio lines, and then I started preparing the lamb shank, which was very simple. I browned it using some clarified butter. I browned each side just to give it that nice coloration. Then I added one whole onion, dried bay leaves, cardamom, cloves, sea salt, and black pepper. Then I added a gallon of water, let it reach a boil. Once it boiled, I turned the heat down to medium low. I skimmed the foam off the top, and then I just let it simmer for a few hours. Now it's been 3 hours now since the lamb shank has been simmering. So it not only cooked the lamb shank, but it also created a delicious lamb broth. And then while that was happening, we dried some pita bread. We took fresh pita bread, we put it in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for only 2 minutes. Once that 2 minutes was up, we turned off the oven, and then we let the pita bread sit directly on the oven racks for about 10 minutes. In that time span, the pita bread went from being nice and fresh to dry and crispy. Then we took it, we broke it into smaller pita chips, just with our hands. The pita bread was broken in smaller pieces. Then we set that to the side. After that, we cooked some Egyptian style rice. Egyptian rice is essentially like a medium grain rice. So that was cooked using water and lamb broth. Let it reach a boil. Then we reduced the heat to low. Kept it at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes for it to fully absorb all of that liquid and for it to cook. Let it rest for about 5 minutes. Then we gave it a nice gentle mix to fluff it. And then we minced a whole lot of garlic. We fried it in clarified butter. Then we added lamb broth. And once for frying the garlic, once it became golden brown, we added in the lamb broth and then a splash of white vinegar, which is essentially like the garlic broth vinegar sauce. In Egyptian culture, in Arabic, we call it taliya. Some say it's taqliya. And I think there's other terms for it as well too. I'm not sure. I think it's just based on the region that you are from, determines how you pronounce and or say the word in itself. So we cooked that, and then we started assembling the feta. The feta, the first layer is the dried pita chips. Then you pour lamb broth over it, and then you go in with a layer of the rice. And then my camera died. So that brings you up to speed on what happened in today's live thus far. So let's go ahead, turn the camera back on. We should be okay. All right, let's do this. All right, here is that taleya. Let me move the lid to the side. Hopefully this does not spill. No, wrong one, wrong button. Now's not the time to be messing up. need to adjust the camera. Bear with me, please and thank you. To adjust my camera again. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Adjust the camera up and zoom out. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you go, TikTok. Egyptian lamb shank with feta. Here you go, YouTube. Egyptian lamb shank with feta. Oh boy. All right, let's record my final recording lines. Let's eat. Eid Mubarak to everybody celebrating. Okay. sure everything's okay. Eid Mubarak to everybody celebrating. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian lamb shank with feta. All right, let's make sure everything's okay. So far, so good. Feta is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. Feta is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. Feta is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, and topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. That's the tone I'm going for. Fattah is a traditional Egyptian dish of rice. What? No. Fattah is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread. Serious faces, people. Fattah is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, and garlic. Is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, and topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. Feta is a traditional Egyptian dish of layered pita bread, rice, and topped with a garlic sauce on top. No, why did I say top twice? No, I had it. And topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. All right, people, serious faces. Feta is a traditional dish of layered pita bread, rice, and topped with a garlic vinegar sauce. Okay. It is prepared to celebrate Eid al-Adha. It is prepared to celebrate Eid al-Adha. Okay. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian lamb shank with feta. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian lamb shank with feta. Yallah, Bismillah. I want to make sure I got the line where I said Eid Mubarak to everyone celebrating. I want to make sure that I actually have it good. And then we can move forward. We can eat. It's going to be this one. Eid Mubarak to everybody celebrating. Eid Mubarak to everybody celebrating. All right, ladies and gentlemen. TikTok, here you go. Lamb shank with Egyptian feta. Here you go, YouTube. Lamb shank with Egyptian feta. Let's do this. Grab our plate. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yallah, Bismillah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where's the lahma? Here's the lahma. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go wash my hands and my face a little bit. I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Here, let me pull you guys in closer. All these dirty dishes out of the way. All right. Oops. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's live where we made, hold on, let me bring you guys in a little bit closer. All right, so that concludes today's live where we made Egyptian feta and lamb shank. It was about a 3-hour process for almost 3 hours for the lamb shank to cook. The feta took a little bit shorter time, about 12 to 15 minutes for the rice itself to cook, about 10-ish minutes total for the pita bread to dry and crisp up. So not too long. The longest part was just waiting for the lamb to cook and for the lamb broth to be made. But other than that, here is the final dish. I actually had it layered here behind you in this giant baking dish. So once I finish eating here, well, after I conclude this live, I'm going to finish eating here. Then I'm immediately going to hop on my computer and I will start editing the final cut of this recipe video. I'm hoping to have it done by midnight tonight. If it takes a little bit longer, that's okay, regardless of the matter. I will have it, especially on YouTube. That's where I will post it first. So if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, head on over to my YouTube and hit that subscribe, please. It is linked in my bio. All my social media handles are at The Egyptian Cook. No symbols, no numbers, no special characters, no nothing. Just The Egyptian Cook. Same as my website, theegyptiancook.com, where you can find a link to all of my socials as well and all of my recipes posted there with step-by-step written instructions of what to do. And also attached to it are the videos of how to make said food and or drink. Thank you to everybody who tuned in for today's live as we made this Egyptian feta and lamb shank. Stay tuned for that recipe video, that final cut. It will post around midnight tonight. Midnight is my goal for YouTube for when it will post. And for TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, it will post tomorrow morning. So thank you everybody who joined in on today's live. Stay tuned in for the next one. My next recipe after this will be for my pickled turnips recipe, which I worked on yesterday. Let me give you guys one final look before we say goodbye here. So this is after one day of pickling. As you can see, the turnips have taken on the color of the beets, this nice vibrant, like deep pinkish purple color. So the brine itself kind of turned that purple color, but the turnips will have this bright pink or fuchsia color. What gives it this color is the beets. I had some leftover turnips that could not fit in this giant jar. And as you can see, the difference. Turnips are naturally like that white, like off-white color. So here's how it looks without the beets. Here's how it looks with the beets. So stay tuned for this full recipe video. We'll post sometime next week, just waiting for these to finish pickling. I'm also planning to make chicken shawarma as well. I also found a local Mediterranean grocery store by me that has good quality pigeons. A lot of you have been asking for hammam mahshi, which is stuffed pigeon. So I will be making that soon. I'm super excited for it. I hope you guys are just as excited, if not more, for that recipe video. So stay tuned. I have big things coming. If you're not following me on TikTok, go ahead and hit that follow. Subscribe to my YouTube as well. Help me reach that 100K subscriber threshold this year. Other than that, thank you everybody for tuning in for tonight's live, making this feta and lamb. You all have a good night.